There we go. Okay, cool. Then I'll pull that out. The music is still a bit loud. I will fix that. Oh, I know why it's so loud. There we go. I forgot that I had turned it up like really loud on my audio mixer. That's what it was. Let's keep it around like 40. Yeah, there we go. Since I average it around like fucking minus 20, you know. Excuse me. If that's still not good enough, let me know. I don't want to look like a fucking idiot. That's not quite right either. I have like I have very specific proportions I want to get here, and I'm not sure I'm able to get them just pulled from my head quick. Since I'm going to be streaming on YouTube, I do actually have to now use game music. Like, I have to if I want it to save the stream. So, let me get, like, a video game tracks. Pause that. But, what is there to talk about? I mean, I guess there's all kinds of stuff, you know. Yeah. Jump the gun there a little bit. Just a bit. The idea is kind of like an armored core. You know, like an armored, you know, if you know Armored Core, then the proportions of like a mech from Armored Core, kind of. But it's like purposefully more feminine, but without what's the right word? Basically without reducing its mass, right? It still looks big and chunky. Like where it's supposed to look big and chunky. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm saying you're kind of jumping the gun there. I wouldn't really start drawing. Because here's the thing, right? I used to do that, but I don't do it now that there are people... Like, if there are people that have paid in full and then there's people that have paid half and half. I'm going to prioritize the people that have paid in full. And, like, that's... To me, that's just fair. I'm also trying to give it... like... an extra joint. And then tapered, like, you know, like the leg taper, so it's got tiny feet. But then it's also got a tail. This is, oh man, the way I've drawn this is like so uninteresting. But I'm trying to work, I guess I'm just trying to work out like proportions at the moment. Should be able to pay in full next paycheck. I mean, that's great. But, you know, also just remember there's like no rush, you know? You're still way out there, buddy. No, I'm really trying to change that though. I'm trying to like I have so many comms. I'm trying to get people their stuff sooner. I'm gonna get this done this week. I got one done yesterday. Not yesterday. Today's Wednesday. I got one done there on Monday. I'm going to try and get this done this week. I have some other work I can't show that I'm working on, but I'm doing it differently. You know, like I'll spend like the bulk of my day working on this. But then I have another bit of work I'm doing that... It's like work I chip away at. Like I put in like 2 hours in my evenings. To be honest, right, though money-wise, I'm not doing terribly well. I'm kind of thinking either I have to take on more work with heightened prices, right? Or do like a sketchathon where I get like a lot, hopefully a lot of people, like a lot of people come in. But I'm only doing sketches because at the moment, right, I have people that have commissioned me this year in November that are not going to get their stuff until next year. And it's not because what they've commissioned is like this huge, big piece. It's more so that there's just so much, I just have like so much to do for people that it's like, I can't, like there's only so much work I can get done. And I'm trying to be more efficient. I'm like, believe me, I'm trying to work out like how can I squeeze more out. And it's difficult because for me, right, I start off right where it's like I need to like warm up, right? I need to warm up first. Then once I've warmed up, okay, now I'm like peak, right? I'm now yes. I'm getting shit done. But then gradually, you know, I start to slow down again throughout the day. And my main issue there is, well, what do I donate my peak working ability to? Because really, like let's take this. If I can get all of the working out done early today, like all the thinking stuff, then the rest of the day I can donate a substantial amount of time to just doing the grunt work. Not the grunt work, just like the work, just like you know, drawing. Ow. I'm so sorry. That was probably very loud. I did not realize how close that was to my glasses. Which I'm also wearing because I don't know, I feel a little sick staring at my screen. If that was super loud again, I'm sorry. That sucks, hitting the microphone. Also, hello, seal enthusiast. I didn't say anything before. I should have said something. But yeah, but like I said, or not like I said, right now I'm taking sketch requests, so if anybody has any ideas. Like, I am, you know, like, kind of just doodling around here with this vague idea of a character. But if there's something you want to see me draw, let me know. And if I deem it more fun or entertaining, then I'll draw it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do some gonna try and do some quick sketches, just to warm up. I did do a shitload of sketching yesterday. If you want to see, let me show you. Come on, there we go. Now, I'm not going to give you any clues, but try and guess what the topic was. The theme. I did enjoy drawing Gladiator Lady. Maybe too much. And then that diva. Strong. I would you choose strong ladies? I mean, there's a few others around here somewhere. Something I do often do. Oh man, that sucked to say. Something I often do is whenever I draw strong ladies, I do end up giving them bigger breasts because I like honestly, like here's the thing. They're all like it's just like I don't. It's just true. It's just true. If somebody has a problem with this, you're retarded. But at a certain point, like if a lady becomes like a certain amount of like muscle, at a certain amount of muscle, a lady doesn't look like a lady anymore. She looks like a dude. And the only way for me to change that is to exaggerate her feminine qualities. Let's continue that. Then my female request, a female Yautja? How the fuck do you say that? Female. Wait a minute. Isn't that like what the Predator is actually called? Like that's what they call the Predator's species. It's like Yautja or some shit. A female one. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen like an official artwork of a female one. You know, whenever I've seen, this kind of looks like Samus. This kind of looks like Samus over here. Whenever I've seen a like female Predator, it has almost exclusively been, well, no, as far as I'm aware, it's been fan art. And either, you know, it looks basically just like a lady, you know, like a lady with the, oh shit, do I not know how to draw the Predator's helmet from memory? Maybe not. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's just been like, you know, like Predator helmet and then just like a woman's body. Also the dreads, of course. So I guess like a Predator head. So almost like a woman cosplaying as a Predator. Right? Shoulder cannon. What's it called? The plasma caster? Oh, why'd the music stop? That's weird. I don't know why it did that. The music just stopped. I had to refresh. Odd. By the way, if you guys have any good video game music suggestions, let me know, because I'm streaming on YouTube right now as well, and because of that, I can't play. I can only play video game music because that's the only thing that does not get a copyright strike or gets the stream taken down. I mean, there won't be copyright strikes. It'll just be like the stream will be taken down. What am I talking about? There'll be no copyright strikes. It's not gonna happen. But anyway, specifically a beast tamer. Oh, but yeah, I was talking about like, so like they're either like a lady and they're like pretty faithful. I mean, in the sense that they're supposed to look athletic, or right, it's like, give her super big thighs and big gagungas. Big old gagungas, right? So I've never seen, I don't think I've ever seen, actually, I don't really want to delete this, I want to keep that. Official artwork anywhere of like a female one. So if they're supposed to be very different looking, I wouldn't know. In lore, they are bigger and stronger. Oh. Very strong sexual dimorphism. Well, if they're bigger and stronger, like, is there even anything? I mean, because it's like this, right? They may be female, right? But do they look female, like to a human? Would a human see them and be like, "Oh, that's a lady," or would a human see them and think, "That's a big dude. It's a big predator dude." You know? If there is reference, and I mean like official stuff, not like, you know, made up fan art stuff. I would like to see that because, like I said, I don't think I've ever seen that official stuff. And if you can, sure. If not, well then, I guess I'll just go off of what I think one would look like then. Just going off of that. They're bigger and stronger. Huh. There's like two ways to take that. Bigger, like that could mean more muscle, or I suppose it could mean like just genuine like size, like they're just larger, or of course it could, that, you know, there's no reason it couldn't mean both. I don't know about that. I don't know. That might be a bit silly to me. Like, I think, you know, a predator is like dude coded. You know? The whole, like, because I'm a big fan of, like, the first movie. If you found a screen grab from a comic, well then share. Oh my gosh, her shins are far too short. I am a good fan of, like, I'm a good fan. I'm not one of these bad fans of the first movie, and I even like the second movie a good bit. And I haven't like really looked into many media outside of that. I think once I read like Batman versus the Predator comic, or so. I think I actually no, I'm certain now I did. Like, see, this is what I mean, right? I made her, I exaggerated like her female form here. I don't know, it don't look right to me. Like, then again, I'm trying to look at this without reference, and I'm not the most familiar with Predator stuff. Like, I can't remember in the first one if he was bare-chested or if he wore something on his chest. I think maybe he had like some sort of strap. I did watch Prey, and I was disgusted by it. It's fucking grotesque. And I'm not watching that new film either. Looks like trash. Manage my options. I have to fucking click through all this shit. Confirm my choices. Sucklings and younglings. Much like there's not much known about their children. Takes longer than humans, as their lifespans can be hundreds of years. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right, okay, so they're just big buff women. Okay, so that's it. Oh, and there's Batman. What the fuck? There should not be... No, there's some fat predators here? No. No, that should not be a thing. Okay, I think that might have been that. Right. Potentially no boobies, though. Potentially no breasts. Oh wait, but then again, they're called sucklings. Oh, they do have breasts. Okay. Right. So they're big. They're big ladies. In which case then, alright. Alright, sure. Beast tamer? So what, she tames beasts? Yep, they have. Yep. What would be like a good pose for a beast tamer? I'll keep this one. I'll keep this one. I'll just make a new layer. All right. A beast tamer. I suppose a big lady would probably have tamed big beasts. Goodness me. I have like a good bit of reference on buff ladies. Maybe I should have just went into like. I think this one will do. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. I don't know. Is that kind of lame that they're just big ladies? I don't think I like that about since that's the case in the lore. Like, I think maybe it should just be big dudes, you know, and nothing more than that. Like, do you need to know about their society and stuff? Probably not. If like there's this I think there's this huge problem with stuff being like over explained. Like nothing can be left to your imagination. There can be no mysteries. There can be no ambiguity or anything like that. Like, if you were to make another Predator movie, let's say after the first one, something like the second movie wouldn't have necessarily been a bad idea. If I just wish the second movie was better. Wouldn't it have been crazy if they had like if the Predator had fought like all of the big action heroes? Like it fights imagine this, right? It fights Arnold. Then in the first movie. And obviously my man Apollo Creed. But then imagine it then went on in the second film to like fight fucking Stallone as like a cop. Like I'm like you know like and then oh who's next? Oh who would have been another action hero of that time? I mean I don't know about Van Damme, but no. My issue, right? My issue is like, why does stuff need to be like super explained? Like, why can't there be? Because here's the thing, right? Sometimes an explanation is worse than no explanation at all. Like, you can be yeah, hell, maybe even fighting Bruce Willis. Although I'd have to pair. I think you'd have to pair Bruce Willis up with somebody else. Like it couldn't just be him on his own. Like, because Bruce Willis at a certain point is like too close to a normal guy. Like that's why I said like Stallone. You know. I don't have a good idea of what a female would wear. I mean, I could go off of like, oh, she's a beast tamer, right? But I'm sure she doesn't need to be wearing like like a warrior type getup, you know, like weapons and shit. Wait, I'm drawing the fucking big toe on the wrong side. I'm doing a terrible job of putting this foot further back. Bruce Willis and Steven Seagal? I'm not sure those two would work well together. Maybe Steven Seagal and Kurt Russell. I don't know. What about Kurt Russell and Bruce Willis? I don't know. You see, like the other thing is right is that the Predator. If you watch the Predator, which I'm sure you have, not the Predator, sorry, Predator. It makes Arnold, this huge dude, look tiny, and I think maybe like, but the whole point is that the Predator would only hunt huge dudes, like huge dangerous dudes. And that's why I'm talking about like other action heroes. And I think things seriously fell off whenever predators weren't hunting huge dudes anymore. Right? Huge, like, dangerous guys. Things that are worth hunting. And, like, fighting and killing as a prize. Because, like, it has to, like, this is the thing, right? It has to be believable that they could harm the predator, that they could kill the predator. And I think, like, that's why it would need, if you got, like, what were the action heroes at the time, that's maybe a good start. Oh shit, I gotta get rid of that. Dolph, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Dolph Lundgren, not a bad idea. I mean, hell, if you could get a team of them, expendable style, right? Like, what it could be like. Let's get. This would be crazy if you could get as many of the like the biggest action heroes at the time together. But then the twist is it's more than one predator. And then you could just, and then that could have been Predators instead of the one we got. I think I'm making her. This is difficult. This is very difficult. Maybe I hadn't like warmed up quickly enough. Who played Jaws and James Bond? Oh shit. I'm not sure. Imagine if they got Jackie Chan. Wouldn't that have been crazy? If they got Jackie Chan too to fight the Predator? He's doing like Kung Fu shit on it. Holy shit. And also the other thing too would be like, you're like, why would you put it in like a movie with a bunch of like these like action heroes, actors, and then it would be like, because then a bunch of them die, and that would people would be like, what? Because I think like Predator, like the like whatever the Predator is now, I think it has lost a lot of the thing that made it so cool. Of course, this is what I think. If you think differently, good for you for being unique. Um, I don't know. There would be some sort of. You know what my issue is right now? I'm trying to like clean this up whenever I'm supposed to be sketching. So then there'd be some sort of like beast here. I should actually do that just on a different layer. Where'd the music go? I got no more music. Fuck. I can only use video game stuff. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me fall. Let me fall. I know. I know what to do. Golly gee, I'm so smart. There we go. Okay.
Build a website you love.
Oh my. No way. No fucking way ad blocker just stopped working. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I got no ad for that. What about this? No ad. Alright, that's weird. Devil May Cry soundtrack? Maybe. Oh yeah, I was drawing this out, this thing. Arm's too short now, but that's okay. That can be corrected. I think I'm gonna try and just like maybe spend about 10 more minutes on this, and then I'll move on. So yeah, I don't know what like I don't know what a female predator would wear. Especially like if she's not, you know, like she's not like suited up for combat, and like it doesn't really. I don't think it would make much sense for her to do that. Do they even? Do they? I imagine as well. They don't even like wear the masks. They would have no reason to. That arm actually, I should have that arm interacting with the creature. It's her baby, guys. It's her baby. Bone charms and furs? Are they like pampered? Like, you know, do the males like give them gifts and shit, I imagine? See, this is what I mean, right? It kind of makes the predator very, like less masculine. And I don't know if you've ever looked at a predator, but a predator is clearly supposed to like ooze masculinity. Like, it really is. But the idea then, it's like, oh yeah, actually, I imagine if it's the case here that they do all this, let me guess, they do all this to impress the ladies. And if that is the case, I gotta be honest, that's kind of lame. That kind of makes them out to be kind of lame. They're doing all this cool shit just for the ladies. Just to impress them. Just to get some of that pred oozy. It's like, come on, you're embarrassing yourself. You do think that she would have weapons? Her arm's too long here. Like, I don't know, I've kind of just forgotten how you draw like a predator's head. I gotta say, I can't remember the last time I drew a predator. Of course, there's the dreads. I'll have to go take a look. I unfortunately have to go look. What are their what's? I mean, would it even look much different from a male's face? I imagine it would look the same. Oops. I imagine they too have the permanent scowl of the males. Surely they do. I always kind of imagined you could like shoot a predator in the head and it wouldn't like kill it. Like their skull, like they have thick skulls, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Not to say that you could, you know, it wouldn't kill it. I mean, like, that's what I'm trying to say, is that I think that they would have thick skulls just from how they look. And that to shoot one in the head with a certain, like, I think if you shot him in the head with like a 9mm, like it wouldn't go through. Depends where you shot him. I imagine if you shot them like straight in the forehead, it wouldn't go through. I'm spending too long on the face. I haven't like worked out everything else yet. My goodness, man, there's a lot more to this than I thought. I thought this would actually be fairly quick, and I have not made it quick at all. As well as that, I've been trying to make it like far too anatomical before I really had a good pose. Part of me wants to redraw this completely almost. Maybe she would have like some armor, like an armored arm. And I'm thinking of like, you know, those suits that they have to train dogs to like SWAT dogs and other canine units for biting. Maybe she would have something similar to this. Oh no, I made her ass like far too huge. It's gigantic. Probs. Oh, that was far too big. And you could like have, like, you could show something like that would be cool, showing that predators are like built, like really truly built different. You could shoot them in the head with a 9 and like it wouldn't go through their skull. You know my issue here with what I've drawn? It's too human. It shouldn't look like a human, right? It should look like a predator. And the problem is I'm like looking at like human reference, but I'm looking too closely at it. I'm not making this this alien here alien enough. And you could say, well, yeah, but obviously there's only like an extent you can do that if it's, you know, it's like based off of the human form. And like, although that's true, right? Although that's true, there is like a sort of middle ground, not middle ground. There is like, you know, I can push and pull things. I can still push and pull things. I can still do stuff to make it look less human. The base of it is going to be human, and I can't like change that. Is it hot? I imagine it's hot in their their home world. And they don't wear much. Now, do they just let their big floppers hang out or not? I don't know. I did say I would only spend like 10 more minutes, and I've already went past that. Actually, since this leg is going back, it would have to push out a bit more. What could I give her to avoid drawing, like, the fishnet pattern? I mean, I guess I just have to draw that, like, quickly. Maybe there's just no getting around it, you know? Their technology has like such a specific look that I don't think the movies, or at least other media, has really kept consistent. It has been. It has been past 10 minutes, but it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like I've done a good enough job. But I should move on. kind of like her without the dreads. All right, that's done. Maybe that might have been a bit too ambitious for a warm-up. But hey, I think it's pretty nice. And you know, could come back to it, could do work on it later. What is this? Quaddle Love? Oh, I didn't realize you had your own emotes. Did you make those yourself? Well, I mean, the little... That little one there's cute. It's a little cute. Is this like your OC, or is that supposed to be that crazy Aztec god, Quetzalcoatl? Both. It's your own version. Okay. Did you? I don't think you saw, but like somebody came in almost as soon as I started the stream. Was like, I just followed you. I like your stuff. I'd like us to be friends. Add me on Discord. It's like, what the fuck? Even if that like was not not obvious spam, what kind of lunatic does that? Like I was thinking, I'm like, I know it was like scam shit, but I was thinking like that might be worse than the ones that come in and are like cheap viewers. It's like who would fall for that? Alright, I kind of want to sketch up something else here. Oh shit! I just went all quiet for like too long. Shit. I was checking something for reference. Ooh, my back. Ooh. Oy. What, do I want goofy? Scary? What vibe? What do you mean? I just forgot. If I had said something about that, I forgot what I said. Are you talking about music? Fucking, I'm being retarded. Totally forgot whatever it was I said. I gotta not look away from the chat for too long. Otherwise, I will say something and someone will reply to it, and then I'll look at him like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I have no idea. You're not making any sense to me. Alright, so this is this character. I'm trying this one here, right? This I'm trying to work out. So I'm gonna draw it from the side. You need to hit the hay anyway. XS. Extra small? You need extra small? Alright, no problem, dude. No, if you need to go to bed, that's all cool, dude, you know. 4 a.m. Oof. Yeah. Time to go, bro. Time to hit the hay. Now this tail. How does the tail come out? That's cool and all. Thanks, thanks for giving me a suggestion, helping me warm up. Alright, dude. See you around. Have a restful little sleep. Should it be thicker? I want it to have like double jointed legs, but I do not want them to be like just super crazy bent. Because like if you have a character where they have a tail, like if you have a character and they have like a huge tail, right? Then that actually will pull their center of gravity behind them. So then, you know, if you had like, you know, it's like this, you know, if you had just literally a plank or just a rectangle here. And then you would expect that if you put something like this on it, then it would topple over, it would fall over. Now, of course, if you put it, if you took that same shape, you know, it's not gonna fall over, right? It won't fall over. However, if you did this and put it like maybe in the middle, this is the thing, right? That's still going to pull. That's very likely to pull that thing down because it's moving the center of gravity over here, and gravity's pulling down, and then this is getting pushed down too. What was I talking about? Oh, right. So then, if instead it was shaped like, if this shape, right, this rectangle, was shaped like this, that's way less likely to fall over, right? That's way less likely to go like, you know, tip over, because now you have something closer to, like, basically the rest of the weight, right, is moving closer to being in line with the center of gravity. Also, you know, you could go the other way around, which is that you then put more weight on this side. You know? Like a T-Rex. It's got a big old tail because it's got a big old head. But how do you stop it from falling over that way too? More weight on the front. I don't want to give it like a torpedo-shaped chest. Excuse me. Why the fuck do I smell orange juice? Is that just my nose? What, I can very distinctly smell orange juice. Who's drinking orange juice right now? Come on. You're not going to be in trouble. You'll fucking be in trouble if you don't tell me, like, who's fucking, like... I was about to say, who's smoking orange juice? Who's smoking that orange? my timer. What's this? Good audio. Fuck. I have to change the music. Alright. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alright. That music's been going for a while now. I should put on something else. Let me see. Did I not? Oh, that's right. I don't know why that stopped it. wall. I've been so quiet. I have been so quiet since I came back. Oh man. Would you even know I was here? would you even know that I was here drawing? Of course, Simple, you know, I'm watching the stream. You know, I'm watching you do stuff. Silently. I don't know, I was just trying to work out like a body plan for a character in my head. And like, yeah, they're kind of mecha-ish, if you haven't noticed. I'm sure it's kind of gradually taking form, but I'm not certain yet how it should look. I suppose I'm not putting down stuff that really clicks with me, I guess. But then, in that case, maybe it's just time. It's just time anyway. It's just time to get into the commission work. So, just quickly save this. Perfect. All right. Now we may begin refinement on this. Quickly going to check, see if the client got back to me on it. If they didn't, that's okay. They have not. Fair enough. All right. Let's get to it. Fuck, it's dark in here. No, it's not. Yay. Right. Let me bring up my ref. There it is. Okay. I am going to restart my timer. All right. I see where I was going with some of these things. I'm not sure this sort of ring really works anymore. Let me get out one of these. Now this is where the problem lies, right? Sad to say, as much as I like it, the angle's wrong. Something like this could work. Excuse me. Pardon me. Ah, shit! I just realized I might have done this all wrong. Nah. Yo, how's it going? Dewberry? Or no, Drowberry? Or Dor? Yeah, Drowberry. Drowberry. How's it going? No, it's quite alright. It's not like I cared or anything. Oh. You need to help. You need to help out your fam, you know? I think they take precedent over a silly Irish streamer. You're doing good. Well, that's... I guess that's fucking good. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. Doing alright. Just got a good bit of work to do on this. I'd like to have this line ready by the end of the day. There is some other stuff I have to do today, and you know, not the most. It's the issue. I suppose the issue is just there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do, and I'm trying not to think about it too much, as like, oh, it's a lot of things. I just have to remember it's not a lot. It's just it's things that can be easily broken down. But yeah, and earlier I was doing some sketching. On the left here is just like a character I'm trying to come up with, and I was just trying to work out proportions. And then somebody suggested, or we had Quatzel the Quaddle in earlier. He's off snoozing. Suggested like a female predator. And he educated me a little bit on what they're supposed to be like. And then... wait a minute. It should all be in the same layer. And then also I did some like... This was also from yesterday, but I don't know if I showed that. I think I did. I was gonna say before I left the stream is Sketch Quest. So like early in the streams, what I'll do is I'll do sketch requests to like warm up. And obviously as well, you know, I only take like stuff I actually want to draw. I've had like people come in. I actually had like the first time I was doing it and the first time I put it in my like in the title, right? I was like, oh, sketch request or whatever. Some fucking psycho came in and was like, oh, draw this character, this male character, like transformed into like a female bunny. It's like, how about fuck off? You fucking wacko. So that was very interesting. That was funny too, I guess. And they're like, "Oh, could you at least try it?" And I'm like, "You fucker!" And then I banned them. Did I ban them? I can't remember if I banned them or if they left. Aye. I know, right? But I guess it's just they saw like sketch request in the title and they're like, "Oh, I can get whatever I want." And also like the gall, right? I'm like, I don't want to do that. I see that and I'm like, I don't want to do that. And they're like, "How about you try it?" It's like, "How about you shut the fuck up? How about I ban you? How about that? You fucking self-entitled freak." And like this was not somebody who had been like watching me for a while. This person just came in. But yeah. So whenever I warm up, sometimes I'll take requests. Just to get juices flowing. And then whenever I feel like, I've gotten enough, or I'm at the right stage, then I'm like, alright, commission time. But like, it's not like I'm not doing them to like the quality of a commission, like a sketch commission. And honestly, it's like, first of all, I'm only going to take it if I want to do it. Second of all, I am only doing them until I don't want to do them anymore. You know? Like, I'm only going to spend... Like, maybe I'll spend 5 minutes on it. Maybe I'll spend 15. I've done, let me see. It's not it. Well, I did do a few requests here. I was doing like a demonette, but then, like I said, it's like, and then I've lost interest and I'll move on. And if I think of something that I want to draw, like more, then I'll go and I'll draw that. But it should be a whole page. Yeah, like everything here pretty much was a request. And they're not meant to be good, too, because it's like I'm warming up, right? Will I ever come back to these? I don't know. This mech is like a rather bizarre looking. That is something like I cannot deny. And like it's kind of a model. Well, I mean, I have changed a good few things. If I could show you. Like this is what it is originally. And yes, I've made a good couple of changes. I need to make that flamethrower like way bigger. It's like, you know, it's like holding its arm, it's like swinging its arm behind him, you know, but it should still be huge. I say him, but just because, like, you know, it just gives off, like, kind of dude vibes as a mech. But, like, you know, like, having, like, the head is in the chest, like, that's not a crazy mech thing. But then just, like, the whole top of it is on fire. Man, I wish I can get one, but knowing me when I be waking up, since you're doing it earlier in the stream. Well, what would you even be interested in? What would you suggest? Because there might be something you like, something that, you know, you'd want to request, but I might be like, ugh! I might go, ugh! Yuck! More of that music. What is this? Why am I getting so many fucking bots? My voice went... Oh, and it sounded like Sonic's? Ugh! That's no good. No, wait, no. Huh, that's no good. Huh. Huh. That's no good. No, that's not right. Huh. That's no good. No. What the fuck does Sonic say? Huh. That's no good. I can't do it. Huh. That's no good. I can't. I can't. I don't know. I won't try to. You know what it was? I'm trying too hard. Huh, that's no good. No, whatever. Get the fuck away from me, Amy. Don't you know I like boys? Don't you know I like kissing my bros? Oh, what? He sounds like a dude, bro. Sorry, Amy. I can't hang out right now. I promised that I would practice kissing with Tails. Whoa! I can think of him like dying. Whoa! Oh no! Not again! he's being killed. He says that. Not again. I don't know. I think shadow is easier to do, but almost everyone could probably do a good shadow. Damn! Not here. Where is that damn Chaos Emerald? Like, you just make your voice gravelly. Oh, Maria! But yeah, shit. What was I saying? Oh yeah, yeah. What would you request? Because you might, although you might not be around, you know, I don't know. Maybe if I like the idea, I could just save it for like tomorrow. I could save it in my head and then draw it tomorrow. The hell was that? Who followed? Casper? Thanks, Casper! I do not see you in the watch list. Wait a minute. Oh, they're a bot. Never mind. They're a bot. They're not real. I mean, you can. Sure. But, you know, don't end up taking it to heart if I'm like, no. Some people get that way whenever it's like their thing, you know? It's like, I made this. Will you draw it? No. Why? Why? They put a gun in their mouth. Ah! Huh. Well, this person has private message. Well, it's not a person; it's a bot. But or maybe it's an Indian. But they private messaged me saying, "I like your gameplay. It's impressive." So I guess I mean, yeah. How did you know that without seeing me play any games? Interesting. What's bizarre to me is it didn't be like, here's a link or add me or like it didn't do that, right? It didn't do any of that. It just followed me. It's like what's the game plan here? Because it can't be a person, right? I mean, it could be a person that it didn't actually watch the stream. Maybe I should just premeditatively like ban it. Alright. I'm now gonna take a quick break. Doesn't mean I'm like leaving or anything. That just means I'm taking a little break. I'm gonna go do a few things. I'm gonna go turn off the heating. That's the first thing I'm gonna go do. Don't worry, I'll be right back. I'll sit down and chat. See? I'm back. Just like that. Daddy's back! Where can I send my OC? Just, I mean, if you have a link, if it's... Hold on. Let me adjust the microphone here. If you have a link, you can just throw it in the chat. It's alright. My goodness, that's a whole bunch. It's a whole bunchful of OCs. Okay, but they're not all illustrated. Are some of these just straight up Pokemon? If I got that right. Excuse me. Or maybe they're all Pokemon, I don't know. They're also all ladies, I'm noticing. Specifically, legendaries, mythical, and Pseudo legendary. Also Ultra Beast. I'm gonna sip this. Oh, I love cappuccinos. I love them. Ah! All right. Do you draw? Do you draw a lot? Have you been drawing? Like, do you draw frequently? Have you been drawing for a while? And those are two different questions. Oh, your friend drew these. Okay. But they're your OCs. Unless, Magma with friends. Gotta be honest, I'm not a huge Pokemon guy. But, that's not to say that I dislike Pokemon. There are definitely some cool Pokemon designs. It's just the... like, them drawn as people that I'm just not too sure about, to be honest. I mean, is that even right to say? Like, some of these, I don't know if you could say they're drawn as people. I mean, well, they are, like, all of them are, like, wearing, like, people clothing. You know? So, no, I don't really have much interest in any of these, to be honest. Goodness. Yeah. Well, hey, you know, as long as you don't go ballistic and go crazy, it's happy. I'm happy to hear that. Some people just go, "Oh, what? No! Ah! Gun in mouth!" That's what they say before they pull the trigger, too. Gun in mouth! Some of them, they're so quick to do it that they don't even get to finish their sentence. Gun in mouth! Oh man, what was that last thing he said? I don't know. I couldn't hear him. Alright. Break's over. I want to sit down for a little bit. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Oh, you want to hear about a kid's response? Let me tell you something, right? This was the, like, maybe this second worst interaction I've had streaming. Maybe. So somebody comes in and they're like, "Oh, I like your stuff." I'm like, "Oh, well, thank you." And then they're like asking me, "What do I like?" And they're like, "If you like Stitch, I'll give you a follow." I'm like, what does that even mean? If I like Stitch? As in Stitch, like Disney Stitch? I was like, what? Do I like Stitch? I'm like, dude, I don't know. Fucking I haven't watched that movie in years. Like in years. It's like I don't like. I'm not. I don't keep up with like Stitch related news or anything. But, and they're like, oh, and they started asking me about other stuff. I'm like, but anyway, they're all like, oh, I'm like a huge fan of Disney. I want to work at Disney. I've been drawing for 15 years. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, I'm a huge fan of like older animation, like early 2000s and shit. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, all right, cool. And they're like, you've been drawing for 15 years. I had to clarify with them, like, whenever you say you've been drawing for 15 years, did you mean as in, like, you're 15, or you've been drawing for 15 years? And they're like, oh, no, I meant as in, I've been drawing, like, I am 25, and I've been drawing for 15 years. I was like, oh, right, okay, cool, right? And we're just talking kind of about some like stuff we like. There wasn't much overlap, but then they're all. No, I said this. I said, well, if you draw, right, I would like to see your stuff. I do, you know, I do usually enjoy seeing what people do, or you know, I'm interested. Especially if people are drawing along. I know some people do that. I know myself, right? That's something I would do quite often with like if I catch a stream of somebody I like. Excuse me. So then I was like, oh well, I'd like to see what you draw. I'm like, oh okay, and they're like, well, and they were like, I mostly like to draw characters as like superheroes. Like, so and they're like, you're like muscular and shit, and like capes, and I was like, okay, right. I just thought, okay, right. So you like drawing superhero stuff, okay. Like, you know, what immediately came to mind was like DC and Marvel, like older, almost retro style. I'm like, okay, cool, right. And this person, you know, they seem to like retro media, so I'm like, okay, all right, cool. And then I see their stuff. And they don't give me a link, they just tell me what their username is on DeviantArt, which was weird. But whenever I saw DeviantArt, I was like, Then I see their stuff, and it's muscle fetish shit. It's like childish, super childish muscle fetish stuff. It is drawn in like a childish, like child-friendly way, but like if it was a cartoon, right? Like if you were to think of like, oh, a big strong character, but they're drawn in like a cartoony way. Like, you know, that's how you would draw their arm or something. And I'm putting way more effort into this pose than the stuff that he had. But I think you get what I'm saying here. And something they had said is like, you know, tell me if you like my stuff or if you don't. And or if you don't, right? And I said, okay, dude, I don't. I don't like this. Like, I'm actually, see what I'm doing? It was more simple than this. It was much more simple than this. I am putting like way, like substantially more like detail, and it's not nearly as stylized. It was like terrible poses. But anyway, so they're drawing like this kind of stuff with little tied around the neck capes, but then it's like fucking Stitch. I have no idea what he looks like. I've just completely forgotten. I don't know what kind of ears he has. I don't know. Anyway, it was like this kind of stuff, like over and over. And every time you would draw a character, you would give them like clear veins in their arms. But like this, like it would just be that. Like, and it was like just this over and over, like much more muscular too. And then I started looking at like their favorites on their profile. And if you're not familiar with DeviantArt, favorites is basically work, other people's work that you have liked or whatever. And there was muscle fetish stuff in there, like characters having like extreme muscle growth, and I just straight up was like, I don't like this. Like this is muscle fetish stuff. This is fetish shit. I don't like this. And don't even lie. I can see, like, and I said I can see that there's muscle fetish stuff in your favorites. And they're like, oh, but okay, but what about my work? I'm like, what are you talking about? I just said I don't like it. It's also muscle fetish stuff. I don't like this. And then they said, oh, what? Okay, so what? Do you think I should stop drawing? No, not stop drawing, sorry. It was, what? Do you think I should give up? That's what it was. They're like, what? Oh, do you think I should give up? And that was like one of the most childish things I've read, or interactions I've had with somebody on the internet. Like, hold on. You fucking you showed me your work. You asked me to tell you what I think of it. And then when I tell you I don't like it, your response is, what, should I give up? Give up what? Drawing? Like, that's what you're asking me? I showed you it, I didn't like it, and your response is, oh, what, should I give up? And I told him, I think you should fucking delete this fetish, this muscle fetish stuff. Especially if you want to fucking be working for Disney. But like, here's the truth, right? The truth is I know for a fact that guy is like clearly autistic as shit. Like, autistic as all hell. And I think the bad kind. Like, I think like the Chris Chan vibe. Did I say vibe? I meant to say kind, but I said vibe. Fuck. So I hope he never gets within proximity, like, to Disney, or basically just children, to be honest. But yeah, talk about childish. Just get somebody say, I don't think this stuff is good. Oh, what, should I give up? Fucking, I give up all of this? And honestly, yeah. Like, you know, I didn't say it at the time. But I should have said yes. Thinking back, I should have said yes. You should give up. You should stop. You were washing your face listening to that? Okay. Did you make a big O face in the mirror? Did you soy out? What? You're like, okay. But there are honestly, like, there are people that are just too accepting of the stuff that's on the internet. There's just too many people that just are like, yeah, no, I think, like, yeah, just openly posting like fetish shit. There was somebody that I actually growing up used to really look up to on the internet, which I just shouldn't have been allowed access to the internet, of course. And it took me like far too many years to stop looking at that person, stop looking up to them. And what broke the camel's back is I like realized like the stuff that they would post, all like there'd be stuff that I genuinely interested in. They were this person was skilled, right? This person was skilled. But they'd also post like they post fetish stuff, and it's like gross fetish shit too. It was like fucking like farting. It's like, and growing up, right? I would try to overlook it. But then as I got older, at a point I was like, no. You know, it's just... What, like, why? Why bother? You know, there's other talented people who make stuff that I like that don't, like, fucking post, like, gross fetish shit. And I think because it's so common that people just accept it. You know? And like the other thing too, like, cuz it's like this, right? It used to be if somebody had a fetish, they'd hide that they have this fetish. They would be ashamed. And they wouldn't show it, they wouldn't show people. They wouldn't tell people. But now it's like there's like the people that have these fetishes are super accepting of others that also have the fetish, and they easily find each other because of the internet. And they can create little communities where they can share their love for this fucking fetish, whatever it is. And then what ends up happening, of course, is that to a certain degree, it becomes normalized and they become fine with the idea of like just putting it out there for anyone to come across. And it's ultimately, it's just like totally shameless. That's what that leads to, like total shamelessness. They have no shame at all, and that's way worse. Because like there is shit that is gross, and you should actually be ashamed of liking it, and that is how you get to a point where you're like, actually, this is gross and I shouldn't like it. But if you surround yourself with people who also like that fucking fetish, guess what's gonna happen? You're not, because they're gonna tell you actually it's okay. You're gonna talk to them about it. You're gonna feel good and included and shit. And it's like, fuck. Also, yeah, farting is also like a really weird one. Like, it's not even just like, oh, they're just opening, just fucking throwing their fetish shit out there. It's like, it's also like a really, really gross one. I would sooner have less of an issue if it was, I don't know, like bondage. If they, oh, I really love bondage or something. Like, maybe, you know, maybe I could still see me look like, nah, I'm probably not looking up to them. But it just would not have been as bad. Like, there are fetishes that aren't as terrible. It just had to be one of the really gross ones. Oh shit, sorry about that. And by the way, I'm not like a live and let live person. I don't think that is. You think that's the same level? What's that call? Are you asking about like the one where it's shit? Diapers or something? Yeah, yeah. But no, like, I genuinely think, if you're, like, I'm not someone who's like, oh, I think people should have their fetishes. I'm like, no. No. Genuinely not, no. Because there's stuff that's just straight up objectively bad. Someone who is into, the idea of being treated like an infant, or treating others like an infant, nope. Ho, no. Wearing diapers, shitting yourself, playing with shit, being shit on. Oh man, I would sooner take someone who's like, oh, I love drinking piss. I would sooner take that person than someone who's like pretending to be a child, fucking wearing diapers, like playing with shit. I would sooner befriend the piss drinker. If I had to, if this was if a gun to my head. Oof. And you know why? You know why? Because it's like, in like the survival scenarios where it's like, oh, we have, you know, if we don't drink our own piss, we'll die of dehydration. I don't know if that's even fucking true. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if I believe that. Is that actually true, or is that a myth? You can stave off dehydration by drinking urine. I don't know if that's true. I'm gonna look that up right now. Is it true that drinking urine like, I don't think, like, it doesn't sound true. I dropped my fucking stylus. I dropped my stylus and the nib fell out. No! It's not true. It is not true. In fact, it makes dehydration worse. Urine is concentrated waste. Your kidneys filter excess water, salts, electrolytes, and metabolic waste. Urea, creatine, uric acid, etc. out of the blood and concentrate them into urine. When you're dehydrated, your body conserves water. So urine becomes even more concentrated. Darker yellow, stronger smell. Right, okay. It's hypertonic to your blood. Drinking hypertonic urine pulls water out of your cells. So if you were like in the desert, drinking and like, drinking your piss is actually it's possibly one of the worst things you could do, because you would be losing water. The concentrated urine would actually pull water out of you. In fact, studies on shipwreck survival and military survival manuals, such as the USA Field Marshal Manual, not Marshal, explicitly warn against drinking urine for this reason. You would dehydrate faster if you drank your own piss. That's I didn't know. Wow. So where does the myth come from then? Historical myths. The idea partly comes from the very old tradition, medicine, and from rare survival anecdotes where people drank tiny amounts of their own fresh urine when they were not yet severely dehydrated. In those cases, the urine was still relatively diluted, so the harm was minimal. But it wasn't helping dehydration. So, if you're not dehydrating yet, right? If you're not suffering from dehydration yet, urine's not going to actually do anything. It's not going to help you conserve water. But whenever you start dehydrating, then it becomes actually damaging. Anyway, all that to say, I would sooner, like, if I had a friend and I found out that I love piss, I'd be like, all right, well, I think that's gross, pal, buddy. I think maybe you should stop. maybe you should stop. Maybe you should try. But I'd still be your friend. I'd want to help you out if this was like a good pal of mine. However, if it was, I love eating shit. I love shit. I don't know you anymore. I don't know you. I don't know who the fuck you are. Bye-bye. Like, if that's what it was, I would sooner be like, yeah, okay. And I think, I wouldn't be like, yeah, okay. I'd be like, oh, bro, come on, we gotta get you off the piss. If my bro was like, I love eating, like, nope, bye. Bye. I would be devastated. I would be devastated. But I'd have to. But anyway, I think as well, right? The other thing is that people being like super open about, like, what I don't think people should be super open about like this kind of stuff. I think that's really bad too, because becomes normalized. And it fucking should not be. Like, why should it be normalized for everyone to know, like, what it is that you're into? But not only, like, what it is that you're into, but this idea that, for example, someone like me to be like, I don't think you should. I don't think people should do this. Oh, like, I get hit with, like, a hammer over the head. Like, you can't say that. Why? For me to be like, hey, that's gross. And that's, like, that shit's happened. Hey, guys, maybe this is gross. Maybe this is gross. Oh, just let people do what they want. And it's like, well, what if what they're doing is gross? And then, you know, you do meet people who you can talk to about this. And they're like, oh, they're like, some things aren't that bad. Like, come on. And then you're like, what about the fucking, like, eating shit? What about the diaper people? Oh, well, that's too far. And it's like, right, okay. But do you see now that see my point? I'm further away from you. Right? Like, I'm, like, you know, some of these things, like, you know, I think I'm making sense. But I also don't want to talk about it too much because it is gross. It's gross. And it's like, and you know, maybe like there's stuff that you're into, right? It's like, maybe it would just be best if you just didn't talk about it again. Like, at all. What's wrong with that? Oh, you're into like bondage and being tied up? Okay, why the fuck? Don't tell anybody. Unless it's with the person that you would hope to be doing that with, right? I don't think you should talk about that. With anybody, pretty much. Maybe a close friend. You know? Maybe. But like, what? Like, why? Like, why ever share anything like that with anyone that's not the person? Like, I don't know. Like, I'd say like one that's like super. How much more do I want to talk about this? I gotta consider that. Like, I do have a fetish, but I don't share it. Well, I just think you like it's like this, right? Even just talking about sexual stuff seriously, like, it's kind of like it is kind of just gross in the context of you're talking about it. I need to completely redo this part over here with people that have nothing to do with it. Like, if you were like, oh man, I really want to, I don't know. You're a dude, and you're like, oh, I really want to fuck a girl in the ass. In what context is it appropriate to talk about this with somebody who is not the girl, is not the lady herself? And there's some people like, well, like, you know, you could just, like, this is something that's okay, like, it's acceptable to talk about amongst friends. And I'm telling you, like, right now, I've never been like, oh, I want to talk with my friends about how I want to... No! And I'm not even talking about, like fetish stuff or anything that's like not quite the norm. I just mean like like whenever it comes like sex, period. Maybe, you know, I could see, like, you know, maybe you would talk to somebody. Maybe you would talk to somebody if you're having issues, you know? Maybe you would talk to somebody if you have a problem in that context. And like, oh, I need advice. Oh, I need the wise words of a friend. Or, depending on what it is, like a family member. Right? Because maybe something's up. Maybe there's an issue. I could understand that. When would you ever talk, like, outside, like, I remember seeing once, I was on the internet, I was on YouTube, and I was looking at videos of, like, Japanese artists, and then I got suggested one, I got a video suggested, shit, it's the wrong layer, what layer is that actually? Oh no, it's this one. I got a video suggestion of a interview with an artist, and I didn't recognize his name. He's a Japanese artist. I didn't quite recognize his name, but I clicked on it because I recognized the thumbnail, or not the thumbnail, a piece of art that was used in the thumbnail, and it was that fucking insane, disgusting doujin called Metamorphosis, where it's about like the girl's life getting progressively worse. And I was like, wait, so this is the guy that made that, and that was why I clicked on it, and it was because of this morbid curiosity. I wanted to know, why did that guy make that? Because I think that, as far as I'm aware, right, that fucking, by the way, it is porn. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it is porn. It is a doujin. But it's like a horror story. It's like grotesque. Is this like a farm? What the fuck is this music? And I wanted to see, was that his was he trying to play like fucking 4D chess? Was his reason for making this to purposely show people, like, hey, this is how sex, this is how something like sex can like ruin your life, sex and addiction. Was that the but using the medium of degenerate porn the purpose is to show it to porn addicted degenerates. And he was like, yeah, kind of. But then I see that, like, oh, but he actually, like, during this interview, oh, but he's made like a bunch of other porn, and it's like, never mind. He is just a degenerate. Like, it doesn't matter. Meaningless. And then something I realized was that the guy interviewing, because I was curious, I was now more curious about the guy interviewing him. And I clicked on one of his other videos. And I shit you not, it's like a table of him, the interviewer, and like three other guys, like four guys, all in their 20s, like early to mid 20s. They could have been older. Some guys look really young, but like they're like 30. And I shit you not, they're all talking about their favorite porn. They were saying their favorite tags. So I'm assuming they're talking about like hentai and doujins. I couldn't watch it. I was like, this is like so disgusting. It's like actually vile that people would watch this. That, like, not only I mean, the people, like, first of all, like, fucking 4 guys would make a video talking about what their favorite kind of fucking porn is, their favorite genres of porn, but then you have a bunch of people watching that? Watching guys talk about what their fucking favorite subcategories of porn is? Making comments on the video, like, wah! Shit. It's just like, genuinely, if you're into that stuff, tell no one. Tell no one. I think there should be some shame, because that stuff, right, it's not good for you. It is bad. It does not do good things to the human mind. What layer is that? I don't know what is this. Oh, did I make a new layer? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. And like the fact is, right, you have loads of people come out and be like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It doesn't do like crazy stuff to you. And that's fucking lies. Porn destroys people's brains. Almost like nearly drug level. And then there's this idea of, well, not if you only consume a certain amount of it, right? It's like, no, that's not how that works either. Like there's been a trend with people looking for more hardcore stuff. And what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Oh, people's tastes in porn just change over time. It's like, no, it's not that. It's that, like, just what would be, like sex, right? Just like regular sex. I mean, it's not regular. It's porn. Is not enough. It has to become more hardcore, kind of like how, like a drug, you would get used to a certain amount, to a certain dosage, and now either you need to up the dosage or you need something stronger. Because your brain actually does get used to it to a point where it doesn't do anything. Because of like a dopamine overload. Also, the other thing is as well that virtually all porn is cuck porn. You are watching, like, if you're a dude and you're watching straight porn where a dude's banging another dude, you're watching a dude bang not another dude. You're watching a dude bang a chick. Oh no, but no, that's not what a cuck is. The lady has to be yours. It don't matter. It does not matter. It is pretty much cuck porn. And I don't know, there's a lot of people that like seem to think like they treat it like, oh, you're like anti, I don't know, like you hate fun. No fun allowed, Simple Saint says. It's not that. It's like I fucking care about people not destroying their lives and stuff. Like I'm against opioids. Ooh. That's not a spicy take, is it? I'm against fucking like pretty much all hard drugs, cocaine, heroin, meth, fent. Right? Why? Because it's fucking just straight up bad for people. It just destroys people's lives. We don't need this stuff. People should not be able to have it. And it's crazy, right? It's crazy for me to say that. No, it's not. But I come out and I say, also, I think, porn, by and large, is terrible for people. I got people throwing eggs at me. Oh shit, I'm on break now. Fuck! I can't draw no more. Damn! Cool. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, this is going to be a long stream today. This one's going to be long. I know we're at like, about 3 hours and 40 minutes. We could be looking at, we're not even halfway into the stream today. Not even halfway. Excuse me, that was gross. That was pretty gross. Today is going to be a marathon. Like this, I try. But this will be a marathon. This will not be a sprint. I'm still pretty sharp at the moment because I've been drinking my coffee. I have a good thermos cup of coffee, and I've been gradually taking it. As well as that, I had a few little biscuits, so I got a little bit of sugars in me. But at some point, I'd say I'm gonna do like another 40 minutes, and then for my next break, I'm gonna have a little something to eat. And whenever I say a little something, I got like some chicken soup. I got my mother made chicken soup, and it's yummy. So I'm gonna eat that. Which it's just soup. I try not to eat too many things that could potentially. I try not to eat things that could make me sluggish while I'm trying to work. And there's a good reason for this. Digesting did you know that digesting is one of the most energy intensive things that your body does? That's why after you eat a big meal, you end up feeling like so tired. Now, true, you may feel, depending on what you eat, you may feel more energized later. But only after your body's digested it. I don't know what you're talking about. And Mama called because of a doctor appointment. We taking her right now. Where we left off. I have Mickey D. McDonald's. Okay, alright. I was talking about how bad porn is, I guess. I was talking about how bad porn is and how far too many people just accept it. Even though the damage it does is so insidious. And more subtle than somebody who's doing drugs. Because this is the other thing too. Somebody that does drugs, starts doing hard drugs, the damage it does is so much more noticeable than somebody who is addicted to hardcore porn. But anyway, that's what I was talking about. Where are we with this? Let's take a little moment to assess how this is going. I need to get the flamethrower arm sorted out. I can't really. There's no point putting a shitload of detail into it because it's supposed to be kind of in the background here. If you think of it like this, like the claw arm is in the foreground, the body is in the middle ground, the flamethrower arm is in the background. You don't even like porn? Good, you shouldn't. That should be everyone's default. You should be considered kind of a freak to like porn and watch it. Oh great, now we're getting ads. Epic! Because it is actually a freakish thing. It is watching other people have sex. How's that not? In what world should that be normal? In what world should that just be acceptable socially? It shouldn't. It should not be acceptable to just, yes, I love watching other people. No. And by the way, and also like this is without the fact that it is just straight up damaging for people. It is not good for you. It can be as bad as like just doing drugs. And like this is the thing too, right? It's that I don't want to become did he? Oh, well, here's the thing, right? There are people that pay to see other people having sex. Bogwicks, I'm ranting about how bad porn is and how actually all porn is practically cuck porn. Because you're watching other people have sex. If you're a straight guy and you like a porn star, you like a porn star, and you're watching her get fucked by other guys, that's cuck porn. And you know if you're gay, and like it's the same thing, right? If you're watching gay porn, if you're a lesbian and you're watching lesbian porn, like it's the same thing. If you're watching something where somebody that you like is getting fucked, it's cuck porn. And I'm talking about like how bad it is, how it like actually just damages your mind. Straight up. Almost on par with like some drug addictions and what they do to your brain. And like, and this is a documented thing too, that gradually over time porn has become more hardcore. And the reason being is that people that watch porn regularly have gotten so accustomed to stuff that would be described as now vanilla, right? So like regular, it's so weird saying it really when you think about it, regular sex, that it's no longer enough. And that's why they have to start looking at more hardcore stuff. It's also partly why stuff like BDSM has become vastly more popular. Alright, my break's over. Let me stand up. I've been sitting down for about like 50 minutes? Maybe a little bit longer, so I'm going to sit up now. Not sit up, stand up. I have been, like, talking this whole fucking time, and I did not realize I was muted. Fuck's sake. I'm such a retard. Damn it. I thought I had clicked unmute. You see what I do is I mute it. I have a standing desk, but it can go up and down. So I have to adjust my microphone from when I'm sitting to when I'm standing and vice versa. And I mute it because, you know, the sound of like a microphone being jingled and jangled around, being moved around can be pretty sore on the ears. So I mute the mic. And then I thought I had unfucking muted. I didn't. Fuck me. That might be why Bog Wicks left, because I was, like, I stopped talking and was just silently drawing. Yeah, oof. Or maybe it's not. Maybe Bogswicks didn't like the idea of being told, don't watch porn, it's bad for you. Who knows? I won't, because they're gone. It would be a hassle just to repeat it all. Talking about what? Let me think. I think I was talking about getting this finished. I was talking about I'm looking forward to my fucking my noodles, not my noodle. There's no noodles in it. My chicken soup. Looking forward to that because it's cold today, and chicken soup is a pretty like wintry meal, I guess. It's like winter weather meal. That's just what it is, and I look forward to it. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? I mean, there are times where like I'm just like, all right, I'm locked in, and I just gotta draw. But no, it was just I forgot to unmute the mic. Well, it's not that I forgot. I thought I had unmuted it, but I hadn't. I guess I just didn't click it properly. It's alright. I don't know why you had to say that twice. What else was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying we're only really halfway through the stream now. Because I plan to go for like 8 hours. Well, to a degree, right? It depends on how much of this I get done. If I get a good deal of it done, to like properly cleaned up to the point where I feel comfortable doing like the final lines, then I just will start the final lines. Or if I'm getting kind of close to, like, if I've done like another, like, really, there's no reason that I shouldn't have this fully refined within an hour. There's no reason. And I want to be doing the lines. If it's taking longer than that, I'm going to stop and I'm going to move on to something else. Why? Can you stop coming in here and just talk about... I bet they're not even that good. I'm saying it. I bet they're not even that nice. I bet they've got no perkiness. I bet they droop. How? That's like so mean. I bet. I didn't tell you you have to. I said that you do. Like you couldn't help yourself. And then you were like, I want to prove you right. But there's no point. It's so unnatural now. You know? What's the point if you're always just gonna fake it? I only want something if it's real. Like large breasts. Who cares if they're who cares if they're big? If they're not real, fuck off. I'm going to put this leg here in a lot of shadow. Since not only is it's like directly under the mech and behind it. And there's like, it's, you know, it's like fire and shit on top. By the way, Drillberry, that if you were unsure of what that was a gnome. That was a gnome being killed. I think that might have been the first time you've seen that. I don't know. Gives him personality? I mean, true. But I suppose my issue is that it's like very normal looking clothing. You know? And I think if you really wanted to give him some character, then like we're going into character design here and not just like it's like this. You know, if you drew a character who is not like human, like an inhuman character, I don't know. I don't know what this is. This is a worm. This character, it's a worm. Or it could be a snake or something. I don't know. Right. Now, could you put some sort of clothing or accessories or something onto even a character like this to give them, to make, like, you know, more, to give them more personality, to make them maybe, to express what this character is all about? Of course you can. Even the character that's like a worm. But if you just put a fucking, like, hoodie on them, I guess a hoodie would just droop down like this. To me, that's like just not very interesting, and doesn't actually do much. Well, I mean, I guess it could have pockets. I don't know why it would, but I think you get my meaning. And sure, if you want to like put them in just regular clothing, like that's fine by all means. Destroy the current canvas? Destroy the work that I'm working on? Like, destroy it? If you're wondering why it's so dark here, it's because, again, fire! And also there's going to be like a lot of heat coming from the front and light. So I'm trying to create contrast. Listen, I like large... Wait a minute. I just realized, is this just the same song repeating? For an hour? It is. Okay. Listen, I like large breasts as much as the next guy, right? But not all large breasts are equal. I gathered that's what that meant. Wrong. Can't have equal rights whenever they're not all equal. A lady that has A lady that has large breasts but and they're very perky is not the same as a lady that has large breasts that are very droop. It's like, it's just not the same because they're literally not the same. They can't be equal because they're just not the same. Like, you know, the same way you would not put a featherweight boxer in the same ring as a heavyweight boxer. They are not equal. It would not be fair. You would have to say it. This is not equal. This would not be a fair fight. Wait, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Though there's a way. Let's do this. What does perky even mean? Okay, that's easy. That's easy. I can illustrate that. So, I'm gonna do a side view because that's probably the easiest. So, obviously, if you were petite and you didn't have much volume, then there's not much weight. This is just a body, right? This is just like a basic body. So if you're petite, there's not a lot of weight, so there's not a lot of force pushing down, right? So usually women that have smaller breasts, they're more petite. And what that basically means, are not petite, but like they're perky, which means a good example, right, is how tight it is. Like, so they might point up. Some might point up. For some women, they might actually point up. It can be that much. That would be an extreme. Usually what it is they point kind of forward. Kind of, right? Because they don't have a lot of they don't have a lot of weight, so the skin, right, up here is pulling up, so that causes the, you know, the nip to kind of point upward or kind of point straightish. But women that have more volume, but they're not as perky, what happens is they tend to point down. Because they have so much that the skin, right, and they're not very perky. Let's say that they're not very, very perky. The skin is not really like pulling super hard to keep this up. You know, it's not pulling super hard to keep it up. So it just go down. And that's why, you know, often women that have big, huge gurgles, that are like very, very large, they often are they would be pointing almost straight down. But if you have large ones, there are women who have large ones, but they're perky. But men often don't like it does. And this I don't know. I don't want to talk anymore about that. But anyway, that's what that is. What do you mean? You wish they would just fall? What, you wish your breasts would fall off? What are you talking about? I wish they would, like, fall like others. They just sit there. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about like a, what is it? What's it called? A titty drop? Is that what they call it? Is that what you're talking about? Where like a woman takes off her shirt and then her boobs flop out? Wouldn't that happen? I don't understand. How could you do it where that doesn't happen? I think that only doesn't work for women that have like extremely large implants. Because of how like they become like too firm, which is nasty. That's nasty. Oof. I feel terrible for women that get that stuff. When I take my bra, they go down. You're saying they don't? What? But surely they would to some, like, no, but surely they would to some degree. I mean, what the fuck is the bra doing if they basically don't move at all? Like they would have to, because if they're in a bra, like the bra would compress them at least a bit. What the fuck? I don't know, maybe your bra's too small or something. Or too loose. I don't know. I am trying not to be too invested in your breasts. Gotta be honest here. Alright, so this break, I'm gonna go warm up my soup. I'll be back. And then I'll eat the soup on stream. And then we'll get back to work. So yeah, I'll be back. Enjoy the music. And if anybody else pops in, tell them I'm not here. I'm sure they'll come to that realization themselves. Kind of annoying how long it takes soup to warm up. Don't you think? I do. I do. Yeah, for real. I ask myself question every day. Bra pushes them up, but they aren't like how in movies the girls hang. I don't know. This kind of just feels like a convoluted way of just trying to get me to say, can you show me your boobs? Like that's weird. That's weird. Can you show me your boobs? Can you show me your breasts? That's so weird that they're like that. Can you show me? I mean, to be honest, it sounds like they're super perky. I mean, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I could. That's the only way I could explain it. It just sounds like, yeah, they're seriously perky. That's why they don't hang. Because typically, the less perky they are, the less they'll hang. But if you're not wearing like a bra that seriously pushes them up or compresses them, then that's probably why. You know, I don't know. They might not need much support. What the fuck? What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here! Did an ad play? Do not tell me an ad played while I was away. Fuck! Get that shit out of here. Disgusting.
Oh no! They're fucking mine! Oh,
yeah. You've never heard that word before. Huh. Well, yeah. It's a thing. As for the soup, it's delicious soup. It's super good. Hot though. Whoa, shit. Do not spill the seriously hot soup. That would be a very bad idea. Okay. Push this back. It did wait. It's a good thing you shot that gnome at it. That should be something I get. A gnome launcher. You click, and then a gnome is launched across the screen. I think it would be good if it could be scalable. Like how many, like how many gnomes. Certain number of points means you can fire a certain amount of gnomes or something. I don't know. Anyway. This is my first lunch break, my first food break. So this break will be a bit longer. I'm not going to be drawing, obviously. I'm going to be eating. So if you want to talk, now's the time. You got stuff to do. Have a good one. Oh, shit, okay. Made chicken? Oh, that's nice. Nope. Not working right now. Everybody in chat, what's your favorite soup? Tell me what your favorite soup is. Gun to your head right now. It's your favorite soup. Tell me. And tell me if you just hate soup. Hey, you were supposed to leave. You said you had stuff to do. And I believed you. Well, this is chicken and vegetable soup, and it's pretty damn good. It was also made by my mother, so it was also made with love. You know? It's not store-bought shit. And that's not to say that everything's anything store-bought is shit. I'm just making a distinction. Tell me the news. I can feel that this is a setup for a pretty shit joke. But I'll bite. No, she didn't. What's the news? I don't believe that. I don't believe you. You said you only kind of sort of like girls, so. I don't believe it. And also, I know for a fact that my mother's not abusive. So there's no way that she could be in a relationship with a woman. Do you not know the joke? Well, I mean, it's a joke, but like, it's rooted in... So, lesbian couples have the highest rate of abuse. Like, more than any other, like, couple. So that was the joke. I was like, there's no way. I guess if you don't know that statistic, then, you know, you wouldn't get the joke. I mean, that sucks, but it, okay, it doesn't matter though. I mean, and this isn't like to say it doesn't matter that that happened to you. I'm saying like, okay, but it doesn't change anything. I'm almost done my soup, by the way. By the way, I just checked. I just checked, right? Turns out I'm wrong. Let me tell you right now. It is actually bisexual women. Wait a minute. No. Hold on. How is involved male traders? Well, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for... Okay, yes. So, yeah, right. So, in comparison to, I'm not going to count bisexual men and bisexual women. I'm just counting gay men, heterosexual couples. So, gay men couples, heterosexual couples, and lesbian couples. Lesbian couples is higher than in abuse rates. Is a higher abuse rate than heterosexual couples, and then gay men couples. But then, as to who suffers from the most abuse, is apparently bisexual women. I don't know why that's the case. I could read all this, but I kind of want to eat my soup. I don't know what you're saying, huh, to. So like here, okay. According to the most reliable national data in the United States, lesbian women are more likely to experience intimate partner violence, IPV, than heterosexual women. Key findings from the CDC National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey. This is the largest survey, the largest and most cited U.S. study on the topic. The source is from the CDC, NISVS, 2010. And then also this is a meta-analysis. So then also the one from 2016 and then 2017 found that lesbian women when it comes to physical violence from their partner, they are 36.4% more likely of this. Heterosexual women, they're 28.9%. Bisexual women are 46.1%. Lesbian women are more likely to be raped by their own partner. They're at 13%. Heterosexual women are at 8%. For some reason, bisexual women, it's 22%. And then lifetime of any IPV, and that's rape, physical abuse, and or stalking. Heterosexual women, the likelihood is 35%. Lesbian women, it's 43%. And then bisexual women, it's 61%. Highest of all groups. And then there's like more recent stuff. Last year, last 12 months, lesbian women experienced, 1 in 5 lesbian women experienced some form of IPV. Whereas heterosexual women, it's 1 in 10. So the gap is even larger when looking at recent experiences. So yeah. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. So that's why I made that joke. But then again, I don't think all of these studies use the same definition of abuse. I gotta be honest, I wouldn't count verbal abuse as the same as like being physically assaulted, you know? But this one, it's like it doesn't even say anything about physical assault. I mean, it doesn't say anything about verbal. It's like fucking physical only. I should save this before anything happens. Nope. Close that. Is there anything else that's open right now that doesn't need to be? I suppose this. I don't need that open right now. Discard. All right, I'm gonna take about 5 more minutes, and then we'll get back to work. Just want to give my tum tum a little bit of time to digest. Pardon me, to digest. I might have eaten too much soup. I might have had a little too much soup. Hence, I need these 5 minutes. I need these 5 fucking minutes. I think. Oh, what should I get? I should probably get some water. I should probably get some water after this. Well, I mean, before I start, not after. After what? After my break. That's what I mean. Well, I should get it during my break. I forgot to look at the chat. I haven't looked at all. Nobody's saying anything? Good. It means I've missed nothing. I follow too many people that retweet like big titties. Like, you know, I don't want to turn off the retweets because you know they mostly retweet like nice artwork. But then sometimes they're like, "Hey, check out this lady with huge honkers." I'm like, "Ah, man, come on." Maybe I don't want to see that right now. All right. It's back to work time. I'm just gonna go grab a drink. And then we'll get to work. Oh, so give me a mo. Give me a mo. Best viewers, how about fuck off your band forever? All right. Let's get up. Let's get back to work. Let's get another 40 minutes into this. And then, like, that's it done. Like, as in, I'm aiming to get the refinement finished. Then we'll see, right? We'll see how I feel about doing lines. I have some other work I have to do today, but I want to leave time for that. And unfortunately, I did it like far too late yesterday, and I ended up... That's actually why I got up so late today. I got up so late today, and that's why the stream was so late. So, I think I prefer to be able to get that done. Alright, work time. Let's move that. Alright. I personally am not against like really refined sugar. My issue is like how much of it is in shit that it shouldn't be in, and obviously the volume. But I think using it for something like an energy boost, right? As long as this is not something you do daily, is not really, it's not like it's such a bad idea. Okay, so 4 toes. Why did I draw him with 3? Huh. I know I'm super quiet at the moment, but it's just because I'm trying to get shit done, guys. I'm trying to get shit done. I've only got 30 minutes to wrap this up. I'm trying to be much more honest with myself, and that is really the purpose of the timer. You know, if I'm basically working on something, like, cause right, you know, I can't just price shit randomly, and I try not to do that. If I'm working on something, and I'm working on it longer than what I have been paid to do, right? That's my fault. And I'm losing money. And really, I've been looking at it, these last few I've done, that's, like, that has happened. I've, like, lost money on them. Because I was working on them for much longer than what I should have been. And that's not the fault of, like, any client. That's like, my fault. So, I'm making a very deliberate effort to get shit done in the time that I'm being paid to do it. Can't forget the battle damage. Gotta remember battle damage. You know, this looks like fucking beaten and battered, you know? All right, we're nearly halfway through my time limit here. I'm going to keep the fire kind of like this. Alright, 3 minutes. 3 minutes left. Oh, that's it. That's all my time. Fuck. Watch the time go right out the window. Didn't even know. So unreal. Didn't look up below. Wasting it all. Just watch you. Just immediately go into Lincoln Park. All right. I don't even know if anybody's still watching. I think it's really only lurkers at the moment, and that's not bad. I don't mind. I don't mind lurkers. I like them. I like you weird dudes. You creeps. But this is where we are. This is where we are with this. Let's take a look at what it looked like before we started today. Or I can line this up. with this. Perfect. Wrong one. I'd say this is this is like this is ready. Like this is ready for lines. And this is how it looks now, and then this is how it looked before I started yesterday's work. Isn't that crazy? How different it looks. That's that's just, to me, that's absurd. That's crazy. I don't even know how this happens. All right, gonna save. Oh shit, looks sick as fuck. Thank you. How's it going, Velvet? I saw you lurking. I saw you lurking earlier. Let me get the more music on. I can only use game music at the moment because I'm streaming on YouTube. Can we? How about Dusk? Can I get some Dusk? Can I get some Dusk music? Dusk, burn in hell. Do not hit me with an ad. I will.
I was today here.
Fucker. Anyway, do. You've been lurking for 3-ish hours? Not bad. Then I'm sure you heard about the dangers of lesbianism. Dusk. Yippee! I can't do the yippee. The kid does. It's too good. You missed this though. You missed the earlier sketching. I'm going to save this and send it to the client. I get a little bit worried sometimes whenever like I'm sending updates to a client and they're not responding at all. Cause I end up thinking, oh shit. Like what am I gonna do if I if I send like 3 updates in a row and they haven't sent anything back? What the fuck do I do? If they come back to me and say, oh, could you change this? And it's like, it's too late. Yeah, the crowd. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, here's the thing, you know, if you really wanted to make sure that this was like, yes, this is going well. And like the first update I sent them this week, I was like, I'm going to finish this week. So like, um, if they don't, you know, if they don't get back to me in time, they will have no say. Like, if there was any changes or anything that they wanted differently, it's too late. By like the end of this week, I'm looking to have this done. Like I'll be finishing this over the weekend. I'll be doing the lines tomorrow, and then I imagine as well on Friday. But then I'll finish this like over the weekend. Cause I'm gonna start working on the weekends now. I have to. I have other stuff. I have so much stuff to do. I don't want to. I want to be. I realize I have to do. I need to finish a fucking sentence here. I realize I have to. Start. I'll be giving. Fuck. I'll basically be doing commissions I got this year, next year, and that kind of sucks. But. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to reduce that. I'm trying to make that as few as possible. I'm trying to get as many commissions out before the end of the year as I can, because I know that in December's just gonna be a busy. Like there's possibly like there's like a whole week, possibly a whole week of December that I'm not going to be able to do like my regular work, because I'll be with family and I'll be seeing people. Shut up, ad. But anyway, how big is my backlog? Do you really want to know? All right, give me a moment here. So, including this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I need to flip over here. 12. 12. The backlog is 12 right now. I have to. I knew it sucks, right? Is I didn't actually want to take on any more work. I have to take on more work now because a surprise bill came and totally decimated me. So, like, financially. So, like, almost like a substantial amount of the money, right? So I used a big portion of the money to pay off stuff, to get some things I've needed for a while, like to get heating oil. That shit's expensive. To make sure that it takes me right the way into the next year. A couple other things. And then I was like, oh, and I still have about half, right? I still have about half of the money from all of these comms. Not all of these ones I currently have, because I had to take on more. But then, surprise bill, ooh. Now, I lost like 80% of that. So I'm like, oh, cool. Shit. So now I have to take on more work. All I can do is shrug my shoulders. Fortunately, there is a significant number of people that are looking for work from me. And like it's like this, right? If I don't take on another commission this week, I'll be broke next week. And as well as that, here's the other thing too, is that I don't have enough money now to pay off my bills for this month. So I could take on a commission. If I took on like one commission right now, which would be like a big one, I'd still have to take on another commission the week after next week. Like, so it's like I have to get like if I get this, I'm getting this commission done this week. The next one I have to do is actually I can show you. Let me show you. Sorry about the music. Whoops. Let's get that dusk going again. The next one I already did. This, by the way, this is why it's so fucking important for clients to tune in to the streams. Let me see. Is it this one? Nope. Which one is it? It's this, right? This is the next one I have to work on. And look, wow, that's a pretty defined sketch, isn't it? They're like, because I did it with the client here on the stream. I was like, let's just bang yours out now. Like, get important shit sorted. And cut out all of the back and forth completely. So, the way this is set up now is that after I finish this one, I don't need to talk. This one I was working on today. I don't need to go back to this one's client, Ultramazza. He's a frequent viewer. I can just go right into it, do the refinement. I can send the refinement off to him, but I don't need him to get back to me. I'm just gonna go right in and like do the lines. So next week, this one will be done, like pretty early in the week. And then I'm moving on to yours. So, no pressure, but I would suggest tuning in next week. If you can, if possible. Yippee! Yeah, there we go. That was a better one. So yeah, this for now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna change the. There's a lot of white here that I just don't need. Like a lot of canvas space, right? That's just unnecessary. There we go. You always tune in whenever you can. That's on the off chance that I draw some babes, isn't it? I draw some hot ladies. Well, I did draw these the other day. I did these yesterday. I was not very good yesterday. I was very bad. I was in a bad way yesterday morning. And I spent a good amount of time trying to warm up. Then drew some. And then you got a bit more invested in 3 of them. And then yes, this was like earlier. There was like a character I was trying to work out, and then because I was also doing fucking requests, sketch requests, to warm up, you know. That sucks. I'm gonna stop streaming on YouTube now.